Okay, great. Good morning, gentlemen, and good morning to anybody watching at home. The way we're going to be doing this morning to everybody in our online community. The morning we will be mainly working with our composers, so this is a rehearsal portion, so the focus will be on our composers and on the music. And then this afternoon we will be speaking more directly to the audience at home. That will be sort of the masterclass portion. So once again, this is, well, not once again, but to introduce this gentleman to the band, this is Daniel Hofecker. He's joining us from Hungary this morning. And this is the orchestra. Hold on, I'll turn this a little bit so Daniel can maybe see a bit of the orchestra. Hello, orchestra. And some of you may remember Daniel because he was a finalist, I think, in last year's in your composition competition. So this is his composition that we're going to be working with this morning. Let's take it from the top. Okay. Oops, okay. So Daniel, we'll switch back over to Zoom. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so any first comments from your side?
I hear some problems with the volume of each section. Somehow the rhythm section is louder than yesterday.
Okay, with the so just regarding the mix in the with the sound.
And
Okay.
the trumpets were really soft.
Yeah, well, it's no jokes. I'm not going to make any jokes. Yeah, okay, but I mean, your dynamics, I think, seem to be good. So maybe just specifically flugelhorns. I mean, you're on flugelhorn the whole time, right? More or less, or mutes. But flugelhorn and a lot of mutes. So maybe just give a little bit more back there. And of course, Daniel's a trumpet player, so he wants to maybe hear more of you in general. Okay, but of course. Once again, maybe your volume, especially like the muted things, just a little bit more. Okay, terrific, Daniel.
Yeah, other thing was in the beginning from ladder 9, it was okay, but from ladder 8 it was much slower than later.
Yeah, I mean, because was it too slow?
Yeah, but in the end, the piece was okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, my accelerando, I didn't quite get up to 85, but we fixed that during
okay.
This is maybe another comment in general. It feels to me that maybe we can even be a little bit faster. Because this is 85.
The question is about, for example, bar 26 or 29.
Okay.
With the first, second trumpet.
Yeah, but I'm sure they can manage that.
Or actually, the other thing was in the soprano solo part. For example, in bar 57.
Yeah.
I have those figures with the triplets.
Right.
Triplet 8 notes and triplet quarter notes, and it was a little bit messy there.
Oh no. Okay, but we'll definitely get that the second time, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Of course. And maybe one comment from my side. At the flugelhorn solo, that's when we go to the 6/4, that's a long stretch to not have drums playing.
Maybe second time.
Maybe second time to start adding some, and maybe some light time, sort of the second time. Because it certainly seemed like we maybe needed a little bit more support there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then what I recommend, let's take it again from the top. And also, it certainly seems like maybe at the beginning, this 60 is also
too slow. Yeah.
Maybe it's okay. It's I mean it's let's take it again. Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, of course.
When, for example, the first second reed is entering and the second trumpet with a chromatic ascending line, it would be a little bit better for me if they could play it like more with the legato, like
more legato. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So as connected and as smooth as possible. Actually, at the beginning, your very first entrance. Yeah. Okay. And that was Daniel's question yesterday regarding, he was the person who wrote the question about articulations and slurs and things. So this is something that he's very interested in. So, okay. Then we'll take it again from the top. And I'll do my best to put us in the correct tempos. But like I said, it certainly seems like maybe when we hit letter A, maybe even a little bit faster is where I'm sort of feeling it. But you let us know, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, terrific. Here we go. One more time from the top. maybe start the accelerando just a little bit sooner, because it certainly seems to me like maybe, and let me ask Daniel for his advice, because it certainly seems to me like we could also maybe even start to move it. Hi, Daniel. Let's can we even start to move things ahead a little bit sooner?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, no problem. Can we start to maybe move the tempo forward a little bit sooner than where you mark the accelerando?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, yeah, because it certainly seems like some of these lines could benefit from that.
One more thing, can I say?
Yes, of course.
In the fourth bar of the first trumpet, or later in bar 10,
Yeah.
it's not important to really tie them together. It's you can use the you can time those notes.
Okay. Great. Okay.
I think it's easier.
Okay, with a little articulation. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific. Thanks. Okay. Good. Let's take it. Where? Yeah. The accelerando is written in my part. It's written from bar 9. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then yeah. So it sort of starts at bar 9, but like I said, I'm sort of even feeling it maybe even sooner. Okay. One more time from the top. 3, 4. Okay, nice, very nice. Get this back. Okay, good. So Daniel, now we're back on Zoom.
Yep.
Was that better for you, like as far as the trumpet
Yes.
volume and stuff is concerned? Okay.
Yes, that was much better.
Okay. Now here's a question that I have, because I sort of know this piece already, but now that when we were playing it live just now, my question to you, the 6/4. Why isn't that why didn't you just write that in 3/4?
Somehow it felt for me like 4+2.
Yeah. Okay. But sort of what you've written really feels like 3 and 3. You know, because the first time I was conducting in sort of 1, 2, like in 6, but 3 groups of 2, but what the band is playing is really sort of 2 groups of 3. So it's just sort of just a question, it's just sort of a question if that needs to be in 6/4, maybe it could be in 3/4, or maybe maybe some of the figures could more reflect your intention. Just something to think about. It never occurred to me when we're working on this piece in our lessons, but just now trying to find a way to conduct it was a little sort of a question mark.
How is it if, which is better to read?
I mean, maybe that's a question, because we can start getting the orchestra involved in this. When we get to the 6/4, obviously you guys had no problems with reading it, but would it be more comfortable to read in 3 or something else, or not really? And actually here we'll start with some comments from the orchestra, or if you have some other comments about anything. This is Joni, our lead alto player.
I'm not really sure if there's much difference between 3 or 6, but now that it became a subject, it could be somehow smoother.
Okay.
Some kind of flow quality could be
Right.
introduced even with just the simplicity of it. And the big pattern actually kind of maybe, I'm not sure if it affects me, maybe.
It could, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So, okay, yeah. And this is our lead trombone player, Kasperi.
Hello, Daniel. Nice piece. I think the way I think about it is I think of it from the perspective of the phrase and length. If you're writing in 3/3, that could make the rhythm section play differently to 6/4. Sorry, 3/4 versus 6/4. So if it's 1, 2, 3, dun, gun, gun, dun, that's where the sort of the downbeat falls. Then I think it's a 6/4, just from the musical perspective. Of course, it's always, at least for me, probably for most of us, easier to read a 3/4, but it may change the way, especially the rhythm section is playing, because we'll play the same way, basically. We just play what's written, but they have so much else to fill in. So the way they play a 6/4 may be different to the way they play a 3/4. So that's how I see it.
Okay. But it's also interesting because at that spot, there's really no rhythm section. They're also playing basically, piano's playing the notated figures that you guys have. So that's also sort of the point, is like, if there were to be a long solo comping where the rhythm section would be comping, then I could also see the logic of something like that, like a 6. But it's basically everything's notated. So yeah, so just something to think about, Or, I mean, this is also, that solo certainly did not feel too long to me, So maybe that would also be something to consider with this piece if we're going to be talking about the composition itself. is, I mean, that could definitely be a spot where maybe there could be some rhythm section comping with the soloist as well. You know, I mean, it was definitely didn't feel too long to me. And here's maybe another question to our soloist. How about your solo, the length of that? Did that feel organic and comfortable to you?
I felt really fine.
Okay, yeah.
So that I mean, I kind of exit at the point where I'm not like out of energy.
Okay, good.
Right, yes.
Good, good. But maybe that would be something else to think about when we're talking about balance. I mean, you both soloists have different environments where they improvise, which is great. But of course, basically almost everything is notated. So that could also be something to think about. Maybe have a portion of one of the solos with free comping, free comping, but comping in the rhythm section. That could also be something to think about, you know. But once again, it works extremely well. And actually, from the trumpet player's perspective, Teemu, did you have anything to say about any of this stuff? This is our lead trumpet player, Teemu.
Okay. Hello. Thanks, Daniel. First of all, I think you might want to find some places to kind of at least give a lead trumpet little breaks. Now this is doable, but if it would be in the middle of a set, it might be quite consuming to play. For example, letter E, there's the fourth trumpet is having a break, and lead trumpet is playing the backgrounds. So it would be a nice spot to give a first trumpet a break, and the switch between flugelhorn and muted trumpet is quite fast in bar 62. So I couldn't make it now. So if you could find some solution for that. I don't know if there's solution. There's everyone playing, but at least for the first song in the morning time, it felt very, very heavy to play. But
it's a good warm up.
It's also, of course, a matter of prima vista. So it's when you get to know the song better.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, and it's sort of interestingly enough, it's my experience has also been sometimes trumpet players, because Daniel's a trumpet player. Sometimes trumpet players write the most unforgiving trumpet parts, you know, for their colleagues. I don't know if it's has something to do with, you know, psychological things or whatever, but interesting. Okay, thank you for that feedback, Teemu.
Thanks.
In rhythm section, you guys have any comments to Daniel? Maybe, you know, that's something dealing with maybe drum set notation or lack of information, too much information, all that sort of stuff. This is our drummer, Jaska.
Morning, Daniel. Thanks for a great drum part. This is actually very, very easy to play.
Sorry, I don't hear.
Okay, yeah. You just got a compliment on your drum part. Sorry, it's when the members of the orchestra are speaking, maybe you don't hear it quite. So, or could you say something again?
Yeah.
Can you hear
I
that?
can switch. I can switch to YouTube.
No, stay on Zoom. You should be able to hear that now. Speak again.
Hello, morning, good morning.
It's boomy.
Yeah.
I don't hear.
Yes, it's boomy. Okay.
Boomy.
Maybe we'll have less reverb in the.
Less reverb.
Terrific. Can you hear that now?
Yeah.
It's the same.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, anyway, why don't you tell me what you'd like to say, and I'll pass it on.
It's a good drum part.
The drum part's very good.
It's simple. It's very easy to read and play. The only thing I would again like to have maybe in when we get to soprano's solo, some kind of an idea of the bass line.
Okay.
But for some reason this is in a way to me it feels like it plays itself. It's easy to figure something to play here.
Yeah.
Maybe in the beginning, I don't know if the mallets, if he wants me to play A and B also with the mallets, sometimes that kind of mallet even eight thing might sound a little sort of mushy, but I think it works out. The only thing that I would think is what you discussed before, the 6/4 part. Sometimes when we play a really slow 6/4 like here, it's kind of hard to play it so that it would sort of move.
Right.
And it's, I think it's for the rhythm section, it's kind of hard to play it in a jazz way, so that we wouldn't sort of mark all the ones.
Yeah.
Maybe maybe if we play it more, we could find a way how to sort of play around it. But then again, the bass line is pretty much 3/4.
Yeah.
I think. So if I I think I would like to have it in 3/4. It would make my job easier. Now that we're in so slow tempo, if it would be faster, 6/4 would be easier.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that input. Anything else from either you guys, bass or? No. Seems. This is very clear. Okay. Everything rhythm section parts very clear. Cool. And here's something else from our lead alto player.
Oh, this is something very minor, but I'm not sure if this is important, but like as a soloist, the changes now seem like 8 repeats of the same, right? And I'm now saying this from a very subjective perspective because I haven't heard this from the outside and what's happening with the backgrounds. But I mean, if you would like kind of a conclusion to the solo, or that it would lead to maybe a conclusion, maybe there could be some change or alteration towards the end. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's like a vamp. Yeah. But if you like maybe altered some of the bass line in the ending, let's say E flat, D flat, B and A. I mean, some alteration that could maybe kind of drive the soloist to sort of a more natural climax there also. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if this is valid, but an idea that might have some
great
resonance for the soloist.
Okay. Yeah, it's also because everything is very sort of controlled and notated there, but maybe that would also be something that drums, you're the only person who is sort of not notated and under control. Mm-hmm. So maybe that would be something that when we're getting towards the end of the soprano solo, maybe if you became a little more active, a little more, because maybe that's something that can also help, because everyone else is, I don't want to say in handcuffs, but sort of, which is also, it's a decision of the composer. How much freedom do we want, and how much do we want to have control? Daniel made the decision to have control here, but maybe that would be something that could sort of push it a little bit more, But that's a very good suggestion. Good. Before we do another take of the piece, so to speak, are there any other comments from the orchestra? Okay, one more comment from our lead trombone player.
Again, I just wanted to point out that it's really nice what you've done in writing unison and division or divided when we split up again as a section. That really makes it easier to balance the section, and I can come down. We can come down a bit when it's in unison, and when we divide out again into voices, we know where to give a little extra. So that's really nice, and it's just in general a very everything you've written is really nicely playable for the trombone, and it's a beautiful piece. You may have forgotten to just add a dynamic mark for trombone 3 and trombone 1 in B. So once we go into tempo, we don't know which dynamic we come in with. And I think that might have been the problem. We were perhaps playing too loud for the trumpets the first time. So just put that in there. But otherwise, it's really well notated. Except for one little detail, and this sort of relates to the question you asked yesterday about these lines. 2 measures before K, we come in on 3 with a quarter note. We have 2 quarter notes 1, 2, 3, 4. We play 3 and 4. So there's a staccato mark on the 3, but there's also a slur. And that I wasn't sure how to play that. Was it ba B or da dee? Is it a long or so? In that case, if you want it short, I think you could get rid of the slur. And if you want it long, I think a tenuto mark would make that clear, or just the slur on its own with no staccato. But can you just clarify how you would like us to play the second last measure of J?
Did you get that, Daniel?
Yeah, 2 before K.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. How would you like beat 3 to be played?
Yeah, it's short, but this is my new habit to writing slurs. And I understand their problem, but sometimes I just use the slurs to show the phrase,
Okay,
not
yeah,
the
yeah.
articulation.
I think in a case like that, when it's just 2 notes, you don't need that phrase marking.
Okay.
It's-
Yeah, if it's just 2 notes, you don't need to have the slur over it.
Otherwise, the slurs in the rest of the piece are really great. That's good. Just that part. Okay, great.
Okay,
Thanks for clarification.
Thank
nice
you.
piece.
Okay, terrific. Then
Can I say
yes,
something?
please. Of course.
2 before G.
Is that for the trombones?
Yeah, 2 before G. Yes, sir.
Yeah, beat 1 and the first half of beat 2. It's completely silence for the rhythm section.
Oh, okay.
Silence.
2 before G. Beat
Yeah.
1, and then so it's silent, and then they come in on 2 and.
Yeah, and I could imagine a bit more energy in letter G.
Okay.
It could be like a shout chorus.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's because that was also maybe one of my questions. Where is exactly the high point
I think
of the whole piece? If we had to sort of define that, would that be G, or would it be later at like? I mean,
I think it's somewhere middle of G.
Okay, in the middle of G, maybe like before that spot where the rhythm section stops, like maybe 4 before H or something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So also so when we're thinking, especially this is going to really involve the reeds and the flugelhorns, trumpets. 4 before H is sort of our goal, So really building to that. And Yoni, you had something else to say?
Oh, I just forgot to. I was only giving a suggestion about changing something, but I have to also say that it feels really comfortable to play, and there's the dynamic. I mean, it feels very natural to play, whether it's like a solo part, a doubled part, or a part of a choir. Everything falls really naturally. So that's really good, really nice.
Terrific. Okay, great. Okay.
And one more thing.
Yes.
I heard what your drummer told us about the mullet.
Yeah.
Can we try maybe with brushes in the beginning?
In A, letter A.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe that's better. I don't
Okay,
know.
brushes. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. Okay, terrific. Then let's do one more from the top, and then we get a little coffee break. Yeah. Wait, Yoni. Wait.
Just the pickup to J. I mean, it would give much more power to the crescendo if we took it down there.
Start softer, you mean?
Yeah, it's mezzo piano mark now and right to mezzo forte, but it felt like you could enjoy more of the taking it down.
So maybe even
More
go down to
clear,
piano
maybe
and open
piano.
it back up. Okay.
Piano.
Yeah, Daniel, right. The dynamic on the pickup to J. Yeah. Wait. Can you? Oh, wait. Sorry. We mute. Daniel.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we have a question about the dynamic on the triplet pickup into J. Because you've marked mezzo piano, but the question is, could we even make that more extreme? Could we go down to piano
Yes.
and then do a really big? Okay.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Okay, so let's do that, please. Everybody who has that triplet pickup into J, so it's reeds 1 and 3, all the flugelhorns in the rhythm section. Let's start piano and really make a big crescendo up to mezzo forte. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Yeah, and please make sure that when we're playing and when we're working, that you mute your end, because we're hearing some sounds and some feedback sort of noises. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good. Thank you, sir. I thought that was in my head I was like, oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let's take one from the top, then we get a nice little coffee break. Okay, here we go. One more time. Okay, good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's take a break. See you back here in 10 minutes, please. We are online, gentlemen. We are online. We are online, and it's already it's only the second day, but we're already like freaking out a little bit. Okay, good morning, gentlemen, back at home. Our next composer, joining us from Graz, Austria, his name is Emiliano Sampaio. He's originally from Brazil, but he's lived in Europe for the last, it's almost 10 years now, right? Something like this. And for everybody in our viewing audience at home, this morning session is basically a rehearsal, so we will be talking to the composer mainly, and then this afternoon in the Masterclass portion, we will be addressing our audience a little bit more, okay? So back to that camera. So, Emiliano, we'll just take it from the top, and you know the drill. You listen on YouTube, and then we'll switch back to Zoom when we have some comments for you, or when you have some comments for us, okay? Great. One, two, a one. So, as we're noticing, Emiliano, he's a very romantic sort of guy. But what happened at the end? You didn't. Is that? Tell us maybe the story of this piece. Is there a story behind this?
I'm back with you on Zoom.
Is there? Yeah. Tell us. Is there a story behind this piece? Maybe that would help our interpretation a little bit.
Hopefully. Good morning, Ben. Good morning, Ed. Thanks for the nice reading.
Yeah. Maybe could you give us some background information on this piece?
Yes. Some time ago, I was invited to write a piece, and I was at the time influenced by many friends actually from the Balkan region. Let me close here my... Yes, I think now my sound is better. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. You just have to make sure you turn off the YouTube stream.
Perfect. Now it's done. I have many friends in Graz for the people who live in Finland, so everybody actually. In Graz we have a lot of Balkan people here. So it's a very nice region full of mixture. And the Balkan people, all my friends from the Balkan regions, they have some, how can I say, put it nicely, they are kind of rough, and they have some kind of aggressiveness. and there is something cheesy about also the culture there. So I think I would suggest, for example, for all the soloists and for the band in general, that you try to go to bring this roughness and aggressiveness, and the solos many times they are kind of cheesy. So you can incorporate them in your playing with more vibrato, and don't feel afraid of being cheesy. It's also nice.
Great. Okay, good. Yeah. This was sort of let's put it this way. I think for the band, it was a bit of a surprise because yesterday and this morning we've been playing very sort of very serious modern big band, and all of a sudden to be confronted with some of these melodies, I think we were all a little surprised. But now we know a little bit more. Thank you very much. What we're going to do as the next step is let's just rehearse the end of this so we can get through the 7/8 thing. We'll take it a bit slower, and just so we can get that straightened, and then we'll get back to you in a minute. Okay, so I'm going to mute our microphone. See you in about 2 minutes. Okay, great. Yes, sir. Okay. What's K is what's the bar number on that? Terrific. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a 7/8 bar, right? Yeah. So it's a quarter note triplet with a quarter rest. So the first note of the triplet is a rest. B do gat, and then the note is a quarter with an eighth rest. You're missing the eighth rest. So if you want to take a look, it's right. It's correct up there. So you just need to add an eighth note rest at the end of the bar. Actually, for everybody, you need an eighth note rest at the end of that bar. Okay. Okay, so let's back it up to let's go to the 3/4, and that's measure 2/12, please. 2/12 if you have a 2/12, and if you don't have a 2/12, it's we're the 3/4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars of 3/4 are taking place. Double E. Okay, what are you missing? Letters or some of the bar numbers? Okay, then that's what we'll mention. Please mention that in a minute. Okay, here we go. We'll just take it a little slower, and just from double E. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Very nice. Good. Okay. Great. So let's get us back to Zoom. And now I'm going to just talking about some of the mechanics of the piece. Not talking about the music, actually talking about some of the parts and stuff. We have some comments from the orchestra regarding bar numbers and rehearsal letters and things. So this is maybe also something to be aware of. So who's missing bar numbers or rehearsal letters, or what's sort of the vibe here? So we have some comments from our saxophone section. Maybe if you could take the microphone. This is Ville.
Hello, Emiliano, and thanks for the nice piece. It's very nice to play, and it has great characteristics. We are missing bar numbers on those staves. We have a rehearsal mark in the beginning. So if we have, let's say, double E or double D on those staves, we don't have rehearsal numbers, at least for me. Is it the same thing with others?
Okay.
That's a small comment.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments from the orchestra regarding the individual parts or any of that stuff? Readability? Okay. Yes, this is our lead trombone player, Kasper. He has some comments as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and don't. Oh, he's broken the microphone. The microphone's come out of the cable. Please, this is to our control room. Please mute the trombone speaking mic for a second. And now he's okay. Good, please. Okay.
Hello there.
We're back in action.
All right. Don't know my own strength here. Yeah, thanks, Emiliano. A nice piece. Actually, sort of to begin with, it reminded me of a sort of tango vibe. I don't know if that's anything you had in mind, but now that you mentioned the Balkan regions, it does make sense. Just when we play odd time meters, don't underestimate the use or the importance of beaming the notes the right way. It's all clear except for one measure, and that's double I. The second measure of double I. The 7/8 bar, at least for us. I'm here. It's clearly a 4+3. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3. So if you suddenly write a note that goes over that sort of halfway line of the measure, it just makes it harder to read the rhythm. So I'm talking about the dotted quarter note that I would have as a quarter note, and then tie it into an eighth note, and then the 16ths. So there's little things like that can make it easier to read. Everything's clear here, except for we also are missing a few bar numbers here and there. Some of the lines have them, some of them don't. And just one last comment on the mutes. It'd be nice if you could just, especially as we're reading it for the first time, we're just counting one measure at a time. We're not really able to look much ahead. And all of a sudden, oh, bucket mute, quick, grab the bucket mute. If you could write to bucket mute once we start counting the rests, that would help us, so we know that what's coming up. And then once we start playing, there again, bucket mute, just as you've written. So it's like a double sort of confirmation, or like just a safety precaution for us to make sure that we know that there's a bucket coming. We have time to pick it up, and that applies to trumpets, I assume. Like just once we're counting rests, please put it. And of course, same thing applies for open. Okay, so that's all that I have to say. Nice, creative writing. Thanks.
Yeah. Rhythm section. Do you guys have any comments? Maybe drum notation comments or anything?
No.
Okay, good. There are no comments from the rhythm section. Okay, let's why don't we let's get back to it. Let's play. And so basically, Emiliano, did you have any comments at this point in time? I mean, I think you just told us some stuff, but I think the best thing will be we'll just go back and play it again. Or actually, there's one more comment from our lead trombone player.
Hi again. In measure 106, we have, I think, 3 trombones at least. I don't know if the bass trombone has it, but we have a solo line in bucket, in unison, but you've written play as a solo, not as written. So how much do you want us? We've all got it in unison. So how much do you want us to interpret it, and in what way?
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, from here I have to say the sound when the band's talking is very unclear, but I'm making a big effort to understand all the words. But when Ed's talking is very good. But I understood is the question about 106, yeah? For tenor 1 and 2, trombones 1, 2, 3, you have written play as a solo, not as written. You have all a unison line, so the idea is that you displace this melody. Really ignore your colleagues and play it as you would make the melody your own melody. So it's gonna be create a little tappish, a little messy in the low register. It's gonna be nice.
Okay, great. Good. Then we'll then switch back to the stream, and we'll do another time through. And is it okay if we keep the tempo maybe down a little bit? Okay.
No problem at all.
Right. Okay, terrific. Great. Okay.
If I have some little comments, but you prefer to make a whole take, or should I do them now?
How about this? We'll play it through once, and then let's see how we're doing time wise. And also, if there are some comments that could also be something that we could start the discussion this afternoon with some things as well. Okay.
Perfect.
Great. Okay. Nice, gentlemen. Very, very nice. Okay, so why don't you come on back to Zoom?
I'm back.
Okay, terrific. So did you have some comments based on our performance, please?
For second readings, that's really amazing. Congratulations for everybody.
Yeah, as soon as you said cheesy, that was, you know, that was like...
I see. It
was the key
motivated
word.
everybody. So, I go from the end of the piece backwards.
Okay.
So, in JJ, Johnson, I would suggest the drummer that he take these 4 bars for him to feature a little bit. I already notated in his parts, almost soloing. I think he can cut the almost. It's soloing for 4 bars.
Okay, great.
In GG, Gustav, I still have the feeling that the band is speeding up a bit. I think it's because of this, because the section tends to do this naturally. It's only to pay attention. You know.
Okay. Good.
On 180, it's alto sax alone, solo and market. It's a question for you and for the soloist. I let these 3 bars as a moment for him to release, to finish his solo, it's a coda for his solo alone. Like the beginning where he's alone. So either he's comfortable and happy, or it can be a fermata in these 3 bars, and then the conductor gives the next lettered set. It's up to you guys to agree on what's better for the music.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it felt like we were a little stressed out. So why don't let's make that before that, or this, what is it, 1, yeah, what's that letter? Right before, where your cadenza ends. What? Right before Zorro. So let's put a fermata there. Let's make that a fermata, and I'll sort of recount in Z, Zorro. And I'll give a full bar there, okay?
7th bar in Johnson. 7th bar in Johnson.
Yeah.
For the people who have a fortepiano market, it's really fortepiano, no crescendo. I think some people are still crescendo after.
Okay.
It's a detail, minor detail.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's also sort of a habit, you know. A fortepiano usually has a crescendo.
Yes.
Okay.
But these are the minor details I marked here. So
Okay,
otherwise, I think everything is doing great.
Yeah, very nice.
Really great.
How about at this point in time, maybe if there's any comments from the orchestra, this might be a good time to anything that would you like to speak to the composer directly about? Maybe this is Villa, one of our reed players. He has some comments.
Hello again, Emiliano. I'm playing the tenor 1 part, and I'd like to say about your writing, it's a very nice combination of sectional stuff and individual lines. It's fun to play. Since you mentioned like cheesy and harsh and such words, it would be nice to have those on our charts as well. Now it's good that you will hear us play, but in future there might be a situation where you are not hearing how the band is playing your tunes, and that kind of things helps players and the conductor as well, how to interpret your music. I have some like small phrases that sound for me like they are like a solistical. Is that even word?
Yeah, solistic, sure.
Phrases, and it would be nice to have some kind of like word or something how to interpret. Are they like because now I don't know if it's an obligato line or should that be like brought out or put a lot of vibrato or something. Maybe few words here and there like bring out or something
well,
like
I mean,
yeah.
even, yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Or yeah, if it, you know, if there's something that should be played, can be played solistically or
Yeah.
freely or something, just a little
Yeah.
bit more information. That's, yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. Is like in some of the parts, you could just give a little bit more information to the players about, you know, what they're doing, if they're with other people, if they're soloing, if they can, yeah, exactly. Just maybe a little bit more. And once again, I mean, this is one of the situations that a lot of composers face. There's sort of an assumption that the composer-arranger will always be there. And as Ville just mentioned, sometimes the composer-arranger can't be there. And even if we have modern technology like this, you know, who knows? I mean, there's, you know, maybe what happens if the internet breaks? And what happens if, you know, society collapses and they find your music in like thousands of years in the future when Planet of the Apes happens, right? And so you have to imagine, what you have to imagine is in thousands and thousands of years, when the apes take over, that there will be, on the Planet of the Apes, there will be a big band. And when they find your music, they're going to find your paper music because, of course, there will be no technology. So you have to envision in the future this Planet of the Apes orchestra, how they will then interpret your music if, you know, there is no, you know, instructions to the band. You know, exactly. The future is now, you know, no, but you know, but that is something, and I also, you know, also making, you know, there are a couple ways to think about it. Obviously, you can usually be there, but there is another thing: is that at some point in time, the thing that will happen to all of us, and I don't also want to be negative, but we will all die. And so, you know, so this is also thinking about the future of your music. And once again, whether it's an all gorilla big band or humans in the future, who knows what's going to happen? That your music is then also played the way you want to have it 300-400 years in the future. So let's assume, you know, that your music's going to be played in the future, you know. So once again, these are just some ideas that, you know, we can use just for you, you know, tips to write a little bit more in the parts. Basically, is what it comes down to. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Good advice, anyway.
And here's one more comment, perhaps, and then after that, we'll take a little lunch break.
Hello, Emiliano. Thanks for nice writing. Just one little thing. Visually, you are using a lot of letters. Like, it just came to my mind. Would it be possible to use less letters? Like visually, there's a lot of them. Like just question. I don't know.
Okay.
If it helps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's another thing is, you know, rehearsal letters. That's also sort of one of the things that we do talk about a lot of times. And generally, a lot of younger writers don't use enough rehearsal letters. And this could be one of the cases where somebody is maybe perhaps using too many.
Yeah. Like especially when we get this double D D E E G G H H, like on every 8 bars or something, we have a new letter. So
yeah, so perhaps fewer rehearsal letters that might make things a little clearer in this case. Okay, but that, well, you know, but once again, it's something to consider. Okay.
Yeah, of course, I totally understand. I also find it strange, to be honest, when I see AA, BB, CC. But with my experience, at least in Graz, I have the feeling that when you say the letters, people go faster to the point you want. I have a bad experience in Graz where I say numbers, and because my English is not so good, because I'm Brazilian, so I have a Brazilian English, as you can hear now. So there's a lot of confusion. So I said, no, let's avoid numbers, let's go for the letters. And now you have thousands of letters. But thanks anyway for that advice.
But sometimes even letters are confusing. But anyway, okay, terrific. Are there any more comments from the orchestra? We have one comment from our drummer.
Hi, Emiliano. Thanks for a
Hi.
great tune. Thing that would help me is, okay, if I see a tune called Solo for Zagreb, I might think that, okay, it's going to be something kind of like folk music, ethnic music, something that would be the vibe maybe. But if you could write in the beginning of the chart a little more than even eights, maybe like tango-ish, or play like folk music, play, you know, anything like that, again would help. When reading first time and I see solo for Zagreb, I might think that okay, it's brushes and it's drum solo, so I'm gonna take the snares off just to make it feel more like folk music. These kind of little things make it right away more sort of more personal in a way. And then another thing, very just a minor thing, but there's a lot of written info in the drum part. Some of it it's hard to read because all the really important information is written in small letters. With a small font, like play, add brushes, with mallets, change to sticks, all that is small. Later on, there's in AA, there's a very important information written down, romantic, full, that immediately gives me an idea of what to do, but I wasn't just able to read it because it says trumpet in B in bigger letters underneath it. So just an idea. I mean, all the information here is valid. I'm not saying that, but thinking of what's actually important for the drummer. If I see bolded add tenor sax, I might get confused because I don't have a tenor sax in my stick bag.
Okay.
Well, anyway, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah, terrific.
But anyway, thanks. I mean, it's a great drum part.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Great. And we have a comment from our lead alto player, from Joni.
Yes, and thanks again for this very nice piece. One thing that I also agree with is that some kind of description of this piece and the atmosphere actually would help also a soloist to kind of find a way, because there are, I mean, I'm kind of the opinion that it's nice for a soloist to find his own way, but then again, I mean, there are so many options stylistically, what you can be guessing about, but like you said, the description of your friends was really nice.
Yeah.
And in the end, it's the soloist who will sometimes quite accidentally find his way through the piece, but what was I going to say? One thing is that also that I personally really like if there were melodic cues in such a long solo, so I can make maybe targets that I can. I mean, I will probably learn it by ear somehow, but with the restricted time that we usually have, it would be nice to see where the melodic lines go, and so there would be one more helpful element there. And also sometimes it's beneficial to have actually the chord voicings written out even in some context. I find there's sometimes discrepancies between the chord marking and the actual
what you're hearing.
What you're hearing.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe not in this piece in particular that's a problem, but you often find that there's a mismatch, and that causes a lot of confusion sometimes.
Yeah.
Whether trust my ears or is someone playing wrong? Am I? So anyhow, and as you see, I think through the takes we are going to, with such a long solo with episodes in it, I mean, I'm trying all different kinds of things, like very, very, I mean, with humor, no humor, chaos, structured. I mean, it will take a long time, maybe somehow to find your pace through a thing like that. But that's just a notion about how things probably go. There will be good takes and there will be bad takes before it finds its way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are.
Thank you for the comment.
Yes, thank you. And we'll be back at 12 noon your time, 1 p.m. our time. Okay, so we're going to go have a quick bite to eat. See you in a little bit, Emiliano. Orchestra, thank you very much. Let's go have some lunch. Okay. Good. Good afternoon, viewing audience. Welcome to our online masterclass, day 2 of our online masterclasses. As I think we should do to get started with the session, we will play the piece one time, and then we will start to maybe talk about some things. We'll have some comments from the band, from the orchestra. We'll have some maybe comments from the composer as well. This is Emiliano Sampaio. He's joining us from Graz, Austria. He's a Brazilian composer, guitarist, and trombone player. Yeah, and this is his piece, Solo for Zagreb. And of course, everybody is welcome to write us questions and comments. If you're watching, you are obviously watching the YouTube stream, so using the chat function, if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to get involved in the discussion. So here we go, Emiliano's wonderful composition, Solo for Zagreb. Okay, very nice, gentlemen, very nice. Now, addressing our viewers and our listeners at home, some of the stuff we were talking about when we rehearsed this piece before lunch, when the composer, in this case Emiliano, he has a wonderful command of the tools of composition and the tools of arranging and orchestration, instrumentation, and so sort of the things we were talking about and some of the comments that were coming from orchestra members had to do a little bit more with the mechanics of how much information the players would like to have in their parts. And sort of the idea that we're talking about is your music, when you're putting information into the score and into the individual parts, your music should be able to be played the way you want to have it when you're not present. We were making some jokes about it, but basically, if you do not have the luxury of being someplace when your music is being rehearsed and performed, to make sure that the music, the actual physical music, has enough information. And basically what I'd like to do is maybe to continue what we were talking about before, maybe hand this off to our saxophone section, because there were some comments from a couple of our saxophone players before. Maybe Villa, why don't you start? Because I thought the comments you made before for the smaller audience were very nice, and I think the larger audience would really benefit from hearing some of this again.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ville and I play tenor 1 on this tune. And I'd like to say once again thank you Emiliano for a great tune. As I said before, it has a nice combination of sectional stuff and as well individual lines, and I think it's very well balanced tune, and it's nice to notice and hear that you have concentrated on some only few ideas and then made a tune of these few ideas. Not you haven't tried to use all of your possible tools in one tune. But the thing I was referring in my comment before the lunch break was that our chart doesn't have so much like a verbal information, or there's no like any instructions how to play, and sometimes when the composer or arranger is not present, it's hard to guess what he or she is looking for. And let's say I have here a 5-bar phrase that it has some soloistic character, but I don't know if it should be brought out or not, or should I put a lot of vibrato to bring it out, since it's Jon is playing a solo on top of that. But in my ears it sounds like I could use some heavy vibrato like a Balkan style, but then only information I have is mezzo forte, so it's hard to know what we are trying to achieve on those points. And Emiliano told us that this tune should be like a Balkan influenced and cheesy and harsh, and this kind of information is very valuable for players and the conductor. So please use time to put some words. It will help us a lot.
Great. Okay. And Kasperi, would you like to? Yeah, this is our lead trombone player, Kasperi Sarkowski. Also.
Hello, everyone. And just to continue from where Ville left off, I have a similar question about what you have done is clearly when there's a solo, you've written solo, and that helps because then I know I can freely interpret it as I want. But there are a few instances here where I've got a melody with someone else. For example, letter Z. I'm playing, I think, with the trumpets, or some of the trumpets. A sort of a melodic line. And my question to you, Emiliano, actually is, where should we use vibrato, as you had earlier requested, and where should it be smooth, the tone? Is it vibrato throughout the whole tune, or just in specific places?
Mm-hmm. We'll let him answer on the chat function, so that'll take a couple seconds to get in. And maybe once again, Eska, if you'd like to maybe talk about drum notation once again, because this is also something that is, I think, very useful for composers, for even composers who have been around the block a couple times. It's sometimes nice to hear straight from a drummer their view on drum set notation.
All right, hi everyone, I'm Jaska. Like now we have a tune called Solo for Zagreb, which has, in my chart it says even eights, and then it says drum solo over the intro with brushes. It gives me an implication of this might be something folk music type. When reading first, I would treat the tune as something different than a jazz tune. I'd look for some sort of different sound. So any kind of information with ideas like how to treat the even eights, play folkish, play this. Somebody said earlier that this tune actually has some sort of a tango vibe. Even play tango-ish, play with humor, play with anything like that will help the drummer to sight read and interpret the tune. Later on, there are some vital information. We already talked about the size of the fonts, like all the info, like with mallets or changed to sticks. I'd like to see that as capital letters, small detail, but still valid. There's something really great written in the part later on in if somebody's reading the parts in double A, it says romantic, full. That will right away give me an idea of playing something broad, something like cymbal rolls, maybe snare drum rolls. It will make my playing more. I don't know if drums can be romantic, but that's what I'm trying. So I'm trying to play full in that section. So yeah, that's basically it. Anything. It can be just one word from the composer, how to describe the vibe and the rhythmic feel.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you very much. That's it's, something that maybe when we're those of us who are teaching music, sometimes that's something we don't really talk about in the discussions. It's really nice to hear from the orchestra members, you know, that is actually information that you need. You know, a lot of times we're talking about, you know, making sure everybody has certain bits of information. You know, once again, talking about even swing, but once again, there are a lot of extra information that the players could really use.
And I'd like to also add.
Back to the Jaska, please.
Yeah, something that is often written in the charts might be swing Elvin style, referring to Elvin Jones's way of playing. There's also certain ways of playing the even eight. There might be a Jon Christensen vibe that you're going to get from his playing in some of the Keith Jarrett albums. That's also informative. If play like Gene Krupa or Sing 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 or Buddy Rich vibe, all the big band drummers, they're going to get the idea what to do then.
Okay.
So if you don't want to give a let's say a musical term, you might actually give a name.
Okay, but if I might jump in, but that's also assuming that a player has a broad base of knowledge regarding these very important historical figures on their instruments, and that's maybe
exactly
yes, and right. But once again, this is maybe something else we can address, not just to composers, but of course to all players. You know, this is also, we see once again why it's so important to learn about the history of your specific instrument, to learn about the most important players, their styles, their playing styles, because once again, this is something we need, and we need this in our daily, job when we're professional musicians. So once again, thank you for also being a very good teacher in that case, and so it's not just talking about composers, talking about players as well. Okay, are there any other comments from the orchestra right now? Maybe from our trumpet section. This is Teemu, our lead trumpet player.
Yeah, hello everyone. Maybe nothing very special, but just maybe similar type of thought that Kasperi mentioned about the vibrato. We have the unison spot here in letter K, and in that spot I thought if we should use vibrato or not, and that could be nice to be mentioned in that kind of spots is about the vibrato use.
Okay.
Anyway, that you don't often see markings about the vibrato in big band charts, but I'm thinking it might be good to know if you use it or not, even which type of vibrato or.
Okay. And Teemu, here's a question for you, because we were just talking about personalities, playing like a Buddy Rich type groove or something. Would that also help for a trumpet player if they were to if the composer or arranger were to give you a specific name, a vibrato like?
That might help, but of course it's also a question of the player's personality. And
of course, okay.
To leave a space for our own version of.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah. So finding some balance, right? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Exactly. Play a vibrato like Tommy Niku, for example.
Yeah. That's nice.
That's a very clear sort. That's a very clear, I think. Okay. So what I would like to do is to just look at letter BB. This is a rehearsal letter BB. It's 199, and actually. And it specifically measures, it specifically measures 201 and 202, so it's actually 2 bars before CC. This is also, Manuel, what you were talking about before. A lot of young writers don't put enough rehearsal markings and rehearsal letters into their score, and Emiliano he's maybe erred on the side of plenty. There are a lot of rehearsal letters and rehearsal numbers, which Emiliano is explaining. Sometimes if you're working with an international group of musicians, and especially Emiliano being from Brazil, he lives in Graz, which is in Austria, German-speaking country, and there are a lot of people from other countries there. Like at the university in Graz, it's a very, very international group of students. There's students from, I think, 18 different countries. So sometimes when you're talking, speaking different languages and talking about numbers, rehearsal bar numbers, things like that, sometimes it's easier just to use letters, you know. And so that was Emiliano's experience. That's why he puts a lot of rehearsal letters into his score. But once again, in this case, maybe there are too many, because it's sort of every 4 bars there's a rehearsal letter, and I almost had to go through the whole alphabet twice to get through this piece. So we are 2 bars before letter CC, double C. And my little comment would be, this is sort of a bell tone thing that's happening. So if everybody could, not a lot of accent, but maybe just put a little, just mark your hits just a little bit there, okay? You know, and maybe more of an accent from here instead of a hard tongue. You know, just to be aware of that section. Most of the other bell tone sections were fine. That one just maybe needs a little more support. And also, what is your dynamic for everybody involved at double B, BB? Do we have a dynamic there? Mezzo forte, because we're coming out of, we're sort of mezzo piano before that. So why don't we make sure that double B is a solid mezzo forte, please, for everybody. And also, Max, you're going to be up there on the melody, so please just, you know, sing that out. And I think also you were a little shocked before because maybe what was happening behind you wasn't as supportive. So, you know, yeah, we'll give you a little bit more support so you can really just sing that melody out. Okay. So why don't we take it from letter Z? Okay. In one time just through that section. And then we'll see if, and once again, this is a reminder to everybody at home. If you have any questions for the composer, for the orchestra, feel free to use the chat function. These scores are also available for download. There is a Dropbox link. So if anybody would like to check out the scores, you can certainly do that as well to follow along at home. Yeah. Okay, terrific. So let's take it from the Z one time. 1, 2, 3. That very healthy mezzo forte. Why don't we back off on that a little bit? You know, so yeah, I mean, but thank you. It was, but in this case, then if we had a dynamic between mezzo forte and mezzo piano, maybe that's what we need. But once again, thank you very much, and be careful. Also, just to make sure that that I'm clear, 2 bars before C is where we maybe need the accents, but at double B, not so strong, please. Okay. Good. Let's take it right there. Double BB, please. Letter BB. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the last thing we're going to do. Getting into CC, let's do a little decrescendo in the second half of that bar. 1 bar before CC. Let's just bring that down, because then we'll be handing it off to the clarinet and bass clarinet. Okay, a little decrescendo. That'll be nice. Okay, terrific. And one other tip, or not a tip, a little thing. When we are at letter Y, right? What letter Y? That's sort of the last 8 bars of the band playing behind Yoni's solo. Let's make sure that we're doing a very, very nice decrescendo into basically nothing, you know. Okay. Terrific. Then why don't we take it one more time from the top, please. And Jaska, could you at the beginning, what's your dynamic? Yeah, I mean, because right now, if you could maybe do something that's a little more, just a little more, just a little more clarity, and with, and I don't know, you know, because right now the brushes thing, I'm having some difficulty sort of hearing everything what you're doing in between the band figures. And I don't, you know, I could use a little more ping or something. I don't know if you'd maybe want to use the back end of a brush or one stick or, you know, just something. To just give us a, because I think it also feels a little uncomfortable for the orchestra, I think. Okay. Yeah? Let's try something like that. And if not, then maybe we can talk to Emiliano to see if maybe, or do you have hot rods or something?
Luckily, no.
What?
Luckily, no.
See? Do you have them? No. Yes? No. Anyway. Okay. Oh, man.
From the last take, can I make a little comment?
Sure.
Yeah, so it's a suggestion or a question for the band. 2 bars before Udo, all horns have a fall. I'd like to ask for everybody to make this fall until the double bar line. The same thing for the brass, 2 bars before Y. The fall, please, until the double bar line. And let's see how you feel.
Okay, great.
Let's comment for the saxophone solo. It was a beautiful, beautiful solo, really. The fermata between the sections works amazing. And before he comments that he wanted some suggestion from the composer about his way of approaching the solo, yeah? And I totally understand the idea, but I think it took him only 2 shots for him to develop his own language and to explore what he thought it would be ideal for the piece. And I'm really happy with the results. And I think maybe if I would have written play very chromatic or play chaotic or written something like this, it would maybe have cut his inventional universe, you know, and in this exploration time, I think if we notate everything, then the magic is gone for me. And this is the special part of writing a solo for a person that you don't even know. In the case, we never met, and let's see what he does with this so much freedom that he has. And it's third take. I'm really surprised and very happy with the results, and let's see what happens now.
Okay. Good. Good. And make sure you mute your microphone. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oops. Okay, great. Okay, here we go from the top. Okay. Yeah, that was nice with the solos thing happening. Also very nice, Yoni. We have a question coming to us. If it's common to give verbal instruction, some of the things we're talking about, individual parts. If it's the question is if it is also you put something into the whole score, into the full score, to instruct the conductor how to balance instrument sections, interpret parts, etc. And to answer that question, sometimes, there is, the reason we also use dynamics in scores and in individual parts, of course, is also to give the conductor sort of a direction and let us know what's important. My personal opinion is that if there's too much in a score, sometimes it can be a distraction. So, for some of these, so for me personally, if the sax player has an instruction to play, like Ben Webster or something, maybe I don't necessarily need that in my score, But once again, there are probably some conductors who would prefer to have that information in the score. I personally don't need that. And also talking about some of the font size to use, what I need are sort of big instructions clearly marked, so tempo changes, bar numbers, any of this sort of information, and using just sort of a larger font, something that's going to catch my eye when I'm standing here, looking at a lot of information. So I just need, if there's something important like that, I just need that as a conductor, as large as possible. Some of these micro instructions to the individual players, it's maybe something I don't necessarily need in my score, And of course, it's pretty clear to me when I'm seeing a score, if the reeds are mezzo forte and the trombones are mezzo piano or piano, well, it's obvious that the saxophones or the reeds, they have a more important role, and the trombones need to be softer than them. So for me, that's also why we use dynamics. So I would not need an additional instruction in my score that the reeds have the melody. And hopefully most conductors will be able to sort of notice most of these things like that. Now, I'd like to turn it back to the orchestra to see if there are any more comments, either on the music or on the notation or anything. I mean, we've said a few things already, but I was wondering if there were any other comments from the section, or maybe from Yoni as the soloist.
Well, I spoke about this earlier, that with such a long solo, it takes a little time to get used to the environment, valleys and peaks, so to speak. And now, after fourth try, there seems to be some kind of understanding for me about where this might be going. Though I think what I said earlier, and maybe it's just time to repeat it again for another audience, is that personally I like to know what's happening in the background, sometimes to put out some landmarks, or if we are speaking about chord symbols, sometimes when there's some very special voicing, I would really like to see everything, because a chord symbol could indicate so many things, and the variation in interpreting that could be really wide. So also I mean, for myself, because I try to write something myself also and compose a bit. It's very interesting actually sometimes to see the whole chord, really all the registers where there is space. Actually, it's kind of maybe not in this piece, but sometimes a soloist can mix himself.
Yeah, and Joni, this is a question. So when you're talking about information in the chord symbols, do you mean do you want all of the tensions in, so if a chord has a sharp 9 and a flat 13, do you want that information, or would you prefer to maybe see the actual voicing that's being used, or maybe both?
Well, sometimes shorthand is good if it's typical, but there are some dissonance rubs that actually would help make good decisions.
Okay.
And also, at the same time, I'm very much speaking for totally intuition-based playing.
Okay.
So, but I mean, that would give a choice, and actually, there's a point that regarding to why give some instructions and why make the chart as complete as possible is that actually an arranger or composer needs to or can act as his own manager, actually.
Mm-hmm.
If he presents himself in a very legible way right from the beginning, you will save practice time and rehearsal time, and the end result will be the best. So that's actually, it's not only the musicians complaining, but it's really I think it's more of a question of how is the composer presenting himself, and is it for his benefit?
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly, because when we're having our music played, it's usually a good idea. Even though when I was younger, I didn't always think that was such a good idea. But it's better to when you put music on the music stand for an orchestra, it's better to start the piece out with maybe 18 people who don't hate you. At least that's the way to start it. And if you give musicians, if you give the orchestra maybe parts that look sloppy, or maybe are whatever illegible or difficult to read, or whatever, suddenly you're starting the piece, or you're starting a rehearsal with maybe 18 enemies, or at least 18 people who are highly suspicious of what you're going to do. And it's and also saving time in a rehearsal. Anytime we have to start talking about articulations and dynamics and all this sort of stuff, that eats a lot of rehearsal time. And generally, in the working field, we don't have that much rehearsal time. And rehearsal time is constantly shrinking. In the old days, I'm talking like maybe 10 years ago. This isn't that far in the past. With a band like this, the German radio big bands, we would have maybe 9 days, 8 days, 9 days of rehearsal before a concert. And now we are working here. We sometimes have 1 day of rehearsal for a concert, So this is also something that's changing. And the more of the information that's in the parts and in the score, all of the stuff that Joni's talking about, that just makes things go a lot faster, And so, and even if you do have more rehearsal time than maybe you need, then it just allows us as an orchestra to get to the music faster. Instead of having a constant discussion, oh, is that 3/8, is that long or short, is that So once again, there's just a multitude of reasons for making sure that your parts look good, that they have a lot of information.
I'm glad that you liked where the solo was going. Thank you. And you said that some more information could have made it not possible for me to. That might have distracted me from it. I would say that especially in a piece like this, it's nice to hear something about the atmosphere, and then maybe the other instructions, if you just verbalize it so that no one gets it as an order, but as some maybe an observation, and also you can remark that, find your own way. Ultimately, it's quite basic communication, actually.
Yeah.
But if you can't be there, it might be good to write some lines.
Okay.
In that regard.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Okay. Then, gentlemen of the orchestra, thank you so very much. We're going to take a short break. Thank you, Emiliano Sampaio, direct from Graz. And for our at-home viewers, we'll be back at 2 p.m. Helsinki time for our next composer. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to our fourth online composition workshop. This week we are working with students from the University of Music and Performing Arts from Graz, Austria. And this is, of course, the UMO Helsinki Jazz Orchestra, who is doing a wonderful job. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. And also for your wonderful feedback. This is very, very valuable to the students to get feedback from professional, very experienced professional musicians, and especially people who play music from a lot of different composers and arrangers. So this feedback is extremely valuable. And the student we are working with for the next 45 minutes, this is Daniel Hofecker. He is down in Hungary, and he's a master's composition student, and he is a trumpet player. So maybe some of the comments from our trumpet section, which will be coming a little later, can be directed to him. My experience has been, probably the trombone players can confirm this, but sometimes trumpet players write some of the most unforgiving trumpet parts, and sometimes bass trombone and tuba players write some of the most unforgiving trombone parts. So if I'm guilty of that, sorry, but you still have to play them. Anyway, we're going to get right into Daniel's piece. Let's take it from the top. Okay. Yeah, that's some very difficult stuff. What we're going to do is we're giving some feedback to Daniel during the open rehearsal part of this morning's program. And now I'd like to turn things over to the orchestra to maybe continue some of this feedback. And once again, Timo, maybe if you could talk a little bit about some of the challenges here for the trumpet section in this piece.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Again, maybe I'm repeating myself, but compared to morning, but as a lead trumpet player, I could maybe use a little more pauses before the high flugelhorn parts coming in the end. But as a trumpet player, you probably have thought that pretty much, but the change between trumpet and flugelhorn, that's maybe the hardest part in this tune, because there's only 2 bars time to switch between instruments, and as there is long melody coming with flugelhorn, it would be nice to have good time to prepare the chops for the upcoming stuff. And I noticed that there is, as I'm playing the background in letter E, the 4th trumpet is having a break, so maybe you could move my stuff to 4th trumpet there. And but this is not nice, very nice song, and as we played again and again, it becomes better and better, and nice melodies and beautiful lines. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Joni, did you or any members of the reed section have any comments? Yeah, this is Ville, and he's going to give us.
Hello. Thank you for very nice writing. Once again, just a small option you could use if you want to. In the end of the tune, when things are going to grow and go to forte and stuff, we are playing clarinets the whole tune. So I have very low stuff with a B-flat clarinet with forte, so I really cannot match the brass trombones and trumpets. So the clarinet is a little of, for me, if I feel on those spots that it doesn't make any difference am I playing or not, or then I need a lot of support from a sound engineer to raise the volume of my mic. So maybe that's the sound you're looking for, but there is an option on this tune to switch to tenor in the end of the tune if you want more power and the crescendos and have a fuller sound of the whole horn ensemble.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good comment, and that's also something that I've noticed in the last, I don't know if it's the last few years, but it is sort of something, a development, maybe I'll call it a development in orchestration in jazz orchestra. And very often writers, and I mean I do it sometimes too, a lot of times we think, okay, for this piece I want a specific color, texture, and timbre, And so in this case, all the beautiful writing with mutes and flugelhorns, trombones, you guys, also some muted things, and of course here the woodwinds, and a lot of times writers, and like I said, I'm certainly guilty of this. We have that picture and that sound for the whole piece, and then what happens is we get into a spot like that, a big shout chorus, or we want things to maybe be loud. But for some reason, we've decided that's the sound of this piece. And sometimes we're not helping ourselves, And so of course, those of you, and for all musicians, at home, those of you who have played musicals, shows, one of the great things about musicals, musical fans, yes, I'll out myself there, I'm a musical fan. I have a dark, dark musical past. I played Miss Saigon for 5 years. Any gay? But once again, one of the things I love about musicals is the fact that usually there's just a few reed players, and each of them plays, 5, 6, instruments, a multitude of instruments. And for those of you who have played musicals, and if you see the reed players in a musical, they're changing instruments almost constantly. You know all about this. So you play 8 bars of flute, then a couple bars rest, and you play clarinet, then you move to sax and all this sort of stuff. And maybe this is something that jazz writers could take more advantage of. So to say, hey, listen, even if it's for just the 16 measures of the shout chorus, maybe the reeds could change to saxes. And then, of course, there is time at the end to go back to woodwinds, So maybe more switching back and forth and just being aware of that. Because once again, I think that's a very good comment. And there was also a couple spots in the piece where I could have also just used a little bit more, just a little bit more volume of sound, something that a saxophone can really give us as opposed to a clarinet. Or also thinking about a general orchestration thing, and this is also something for Daniel, when we get to letter G, which we were talking about before in the rehearsal, and Daniel was mentioning that this is sort of like a shout chorus. Daniel made the decision just to have brass, so no woodwinds or reeds happening. And for me, it seemed like maybe that could have been a spot where maybe you could have also added the woodwinds to that, or even saxophones, because it could have strengthened that section maybe as well. Because Daniel asked the brass to play louder, and just now the brass were playing loud, but for mid-range flugelhorns and mid-range trombones, a forte, you guys were sort of giving as much as you could, and I think it was still missing a bit of the drama that we might have needed. So maybe that could have also been something to think about. Once again, some general things about orchestration and instrumentation, and taking full advantage of what we have here in these abilities, So I think that's a very, very good point. Okay, trombones or anything from your guys' perspective? Trombone, bass trombone, everything's good? Yeah. I think it's very good trombone writing. And why don't Kasperi try not to break the microphone again? Kasperi's broken the microphone twice. Okay, then.
Right, hello. I don't really have that much to say. I'd just like to compliment you on the notation. It's very clear. You've got lots of dynamics, which is nice. I like the accents in the phrases. They tell me which parts to aim for, what's the high point of the phrase. And I like what Daniel's done in writing unison, when we have a unison line, and then div dots when we are divided into voices again. That really helps us play as a section together. So no critiques, just compliments for you this time.
Well, no, I mean, it's like, and not just the trombone writing, but all the writing is just, excellent melodic writing, excellent voicing, really just, really nothing to talk about that way. Maybe rhythm section, because I think, Jaska, you were mentioning before that you very much appreciated the drum set notation. Anything to add to that, perhaps?
Yeah. Hi again. Nothing to really add. No, it's a nice drum part. It's very clear. Everything is very playable. So great. Maybe if, just a couple of thoughts. They're maybe more general, not particularly in this tune, but sometimes when composers write, for example, sticks, they don't say anything else than sticks. So I'm thinking where to put the sticks in a way.
Hey.
if it's a ride cymbal or if it's a hi-hat or if it's a snare drum, what to sort of, what's the, somebody said timbre, what's the timbre of the tune when I'm getting to sticks? What does the composer want? Because this tune, in a way, I think it has two options. Well, probably many, but if somebody's looking at the score or drum part, letter C says sticks. That feels like, okay, it needs to open up a little bit, so I'd go to cymbal. Then we get to soprano sax solo, mezzo piano, meaning that I might want to change something. Now I did something very dry. That's also something that you could write down if you want me to play dry. Now what I did was you could write dry 16-note feel or something like that. So always when writing drum parts, think of the timbre, especially. I mean, drummers, naturally, we can decide, and we will decide. No matter what, we'll decide what to do. But still, these little things, they're very important. Also, actually, bars 21 and 22, it said there's a figure of 8 notes in a triplet, and then it ends in a quarter note with the dot, so short quarter note. If I'm playing that in a cymbal, and then I see a quarter note rest and a half note rest, it's interesting. Does Daniel, do you want that to be sort of a very short cymbal, like a choke cymbal? If you want that to be a choke cymbal, maybe you could write down choke cymbal, because normally we'd kind of let that ring. Our short kind of cymbal, it's just a one cymbal hit, but most of the time those would ring, I think.
Okay, so even something more of that.
Yeah, just kind of like general thoughts for the part.
And I think you mentioned something. You mentioned before, when we were talking about this before, you also mentioned that maybe as a drummer you would like to have some of the, like for example, in the soprano saxophone solo, some of the information of what the bass line is, because it's a notated bass line, right?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
could also be.
Actually, yes, because that, yeah, true. And also there's a figure that goes over the bar line, I think, a little bit. That would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, especially now that there's a 3/4 bar going to 4/4 bar.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. This is our one of our tenor saxophone and flute players. This is Matt, and he's got a little something to say.
Hello, Daniel. Thanks for the nice writing again. Just one very little thing. This is 3 bars before letter K. I have a line above the step. So I have written what I realized I made a mistake.
Uh-huh.
It says unison. Of course, it's my fault, my reading fault, but the actual lines start with the note F flat. So, of course, I should read it right away.
Yes, you
F,
should,
but visually, it would be a lot more easier to, to read if it would be E instead of F flat. So I made a mistake each time today.
Okay.
Now I realized it was me. At least me. It was me.
Oh, because you mentioned before, because Manu was saying, yeah, I think the trumpets are playing wrong there, and so so actually,
so it's F. Yeah, now it says F.
It's
flat.
But once again, that's a very good point.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
but the use of accidentals, because this is another thing. There are certain accidentals. When we're talking about things, there are certain accidentals that are just accident prone. F flat is one of them. What's another one? B sharp. E sharp. I mean, even though my opinion about E sharps is changing a little bit. I used to avoid E sharps in all costs, but now if it's a key with a lot of sharps, and to avoid having to, like if it's an ascending line, to avoid having to put the F sharp behind an F natural if it's going that way, I will use an E sharp occasionally, even though for years no way. So yeah, so once again, keeping on it, and especially because it's up with a bunch of ledger lines, right?
Yes.
So up there, obviously, it's very critical, and as I mentioned, accident prone. So thank you for admitting that it was your fault. But once again, if it was an E, I know you're a great reader, so probably it would have been, an issue. So once again, double checking this stuff, and also when we're talking about writing scores and individual parts, one sort of guiding philosophy for me, the way I learned it, is the readability of the individual transposed parts. So when we're talking about transposed parts, is more important than the inharmonic correctness. And of course, trying to avoid as many accidentals as possible. So that generally means on descending lines using flats and naturals, and ascending lines using sharps and naturals. But once again, the readability of the individual transposed parts is more important than the inharmonic correctness. So that would be also something generally, just a general philosophy to follow in jazz and commercial music. Okay, Joni, our soloist.
Yes, a couple of things. Kasperi already said that it was nice to have unison and divisi marked. I would still comment that it's actually a really important development if that should happen more often, because in unisons you need to lay back a bit. It might take 3 rehearsal days to find out actually we are playing a unison, and I might have been playing a vibrato there where actually I should not. If it's marked, I'm more aware of that. And also coming out of unison, going to divisi, playing a chord suddenly, that's really a place where you can lose lots of intensity in a phrase if everyone is not taking the responsibility of compared to the unison line, pushing it a bit. And because the loudness, I think, if you play with a pulled back attitude, if you play the divisi that way, then it doesn't come out at all as intense. And one thing is just performance composition related. Sometimes, maybe this is a personal opinion, but sometimes I feel there's a little deficit in jazz that there are only maybe a 1 tempo in a piece. You have 2. But something about the for the listener to experience more sections, kind of division, difference of mood, getting more excited about the development of the piece. I thought that maybe could there be a slight acceleration or deceleration in age, just a tiny bit, but then it would be not on the same tracks all the time. I mean, that's something I personally would like to push more into big band writing.
Yeah, to have
more
a little
tempos.
more. Yeah. Okay.
Like classical music.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, definitely. And there are some things here where I could imagine, not just that spot, but a couple others where maybe there could be a little more. Things could move forward a bit more. And I think, as you mentioned, then that could be a place of relaxation. But of course, I think this is also maybe a jazz musician phobia. If you start to do that, well, what happens? A listener goes, "Oh my God, they can't hold a tempo." God, did you hear that UMO band? They kept getting faster and slower, and then they, So once again, I guess maybe to get beyond that and just say, hey, we are going to do, we push that section a little bit, and we will relax that section a little bit. So that would also be something to think about if we were to rehearse this further and think about performing this as well. And then of course another thing that we were talking about earlier, and this is also something that all writers need to think about, is the amount of composed material and the amount of improvised material. Because we have 2 improvised solos, but the accompaniment for both of the improvised solos is completely new. And I think, Joni, you were mentioning a little bit before that what was it? You were feeling a little constricted.
Well, there are 4 repeats of the exact 5 same chords or tonalities, and for an improviser, maybe if there was a signal of a change, somewhere towards the end of the solo could be a refresher and would make him push a bit. Otherwise, it may feel a bit like a vamp, despite that there's variety in the background. But maybe changing just the bass line, making a hybrid chord,
right, yeah.
starting from like the last fourth phrase, then that could be an option.
It could, exactly. Or when we were talking about the flugelhorn solo before, was that definitely both of the solos did not feel too long to me. So so that might also be something to maybe add on to the flugelhorn solo, and have some space in this piece where the rhythm section could sort of comp, without having to count and read the whole time. But once again, this is it's a balance. There are also a lot of composers that maybe they don't notate enough. Of course, I think talking about the rhythm section, you've seen some things recently where it's just 8 pages of slashes. Well, that's maybe too much in that way, and perhaps this is maybe for some people a little bit too much in the other direction. But once again, finding the balance. I personally really like this. I really like it when a composer sort of exerts their control over the rhythm section. It's also something Bob Brookmeyer did a lot. I mean, if you look at any of the music he was writing later in his life, there were huge stretches of that music where the rhythm section, every note basically was notated, was arranged. And, so once again, there's a validity for that. But maybe in this piece, this could be something to talk about. Maybe there could also be a little room to have some freedom. Maybe, Okay, are there any other comments from the orchestra? Because then what I would like to do is I'd like to go back and let's play the piece through again. Okay? Let's see if we have any comments here. No questions this afternoon. So, okay. Go back. Let's do it again from the top. I mean, this is also a very challenging first entrance for the woodwinds and muted trumpets. And once again, trombones. I know your figure with the clarinets. What is it? 3 before A is maybe not the most relaxing thing to do if we're trying to speed up. But but once again, I would like to pull the tempo up a little bit faster, and as I mentioned, I'm going to be starting the accelerando at bar 9 at the latest, But hopefully by the time we get to your guys' entrance, maybe we'll already be almost at the stable faster tempo, okay? And I am still for the people who have the pickups, the 8th note pickups to A. That's also a spot where maybe also we'll just add another beat or two of tempo. Because that's already faster than where Daniel specifies it, but it feels, I think I'd like to move it a little forward a little bit. Okay, good. One more time from the top. And also, let's be a little, but we're there. A little faster than 60. Okay. 3. Very nice, gentlemen. Very nice. Excellent solos, excellent playing. So what we're going to do right now, I'd like to just get, for some final statements, let's just get Daniel back into the room. Hey, Daniel, why don't you join us on Zoom and turn off your YouTube for a second?
I'm here.
Yeah, terrific. Once again, excellent, just excellent writing. You know, and you heard some stuff from the band. Did you have any comments for us?
I just want to say it was very beautiful how you played it, and thank you very much.
Yeah, excellent. No, wonderful. So thank you very much. Yeah.
And also, I think it was very good what you commented. I will use them.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your feedback. Okay, terrific. Thank you, Daniel. We'll see. I'll see you a bit later. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah. So once again, that's excellent writing and excellent, once again, comments from the band. So I think that's where we're going to call it quits for today, because you guys have worked so excellently today. We're going to stop things 5 minutes early. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, and for our viewing audience at home, we will see you tomorrow for day 3 of our online composition masterclasses. Thank you for joining us, and have a nice day. Take care, everybody. Thank you.